Hello, everyone. Sorry, I'm just kindly going to ask everyone if you could just fill out this QR code here. It's a questionnaire that my colleague Elena created to try and get a sense of some scenarios for the future of observatories in the geohazards area. So we will put it again during the coffee break, and also if you're interested, they are outside on the entrance. There are some papers with the QR code, and also by the poster area on the coffee break. So if you are so kind to just take a minute and just fill out whatever you can or whatever you want from this questionnaire, will be super useful for us. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to have you here again. It seems that our first day was, well, interesting enough to call your attention to this second day. The second day will be different. We'll start with a keynote lecture, and afterwards we'll have a quite more interactive session. And in the afternoon, please don't forget, we have the hands-on experience. Well, we'll have transportation for the Espaço Monsanto, where this experience will be done. Okay, for now, I want to introduce our third keynote lecture that will be delivered by Dr. Anna X. Anna X is presently a senior volcanologist at the British Geological Survey, specialized in disaster risk reduction. Anna has a BSc in Geology and Science Communication from the Royal Holloway University of London, and an MSc in Science Media Production from Imperial College. The PhD focused on interdisciplinary approaches for volcanic risk reduction, and is particularly interested in co-developing community-based participatory methods, often using film and as a tool to prompt dialogue. She worked with communities on small ocean island volcanoes in the Caribbean, Pacific, and the British Overseas territory. So, well, just forgot to mention the name, the title. Well, the lecture is on sustainability of citizens' observatories for risk management. So, Dr. Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And whilst we're just sorting out the Unbelievably, I'm a disaster risk reduction specialist, and I managed to leave my talk in the hotel. So apologies for that. We'll crack on. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, good morning, everybody. So yeah, thank you very much for the introduction and for the invitation to speak with you today. That invitation came from Kirsten Lemon, and thank you also to Delta and Joanna for supporting me in coming to Lisbon. It's my first time and very much enjoying it. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit today. It's a bit of a smorgasbord of learning from various projects I've been involved in, all really around this topic of sustaining citizens' observatories or citizen science projects. And we'll see at the end whether actually the word sustainable is the right word to be using. We'll see what you think. So as I've already been introduced, I won't dwell too long on this slide, but I have a geological background. I'm a volcanologist, but over the years I've been working a lot more in the social sciences in a very interdisciplinary way, working on small island communities, where I did my PhD on Tristan da Cunha, British Overseas Territory. Hopefully we'll get to some of that work later on in the talk. I tend to use a lot of participatory approaches to working with communities, a lot of sort of interaction with schools, with local communities, particularly farming communities, to understand what their problems are in the context in which they live, so that the science and the communities can work better together. So yes, as I say, it's a bit of a smorgasbord of learning from projects today. But what I really want to go through with you is some of the early citizen science in volcanology. Then we'll talk a little bit about the need for knowledge integration and interdisciplinary science in the space that we're working in risk reduction. The particular project I'm going to focus my talk around is the STRIVA project, which is Strengthening Resilience in Volcanic Areas. It's a long-standing project. It did finish in 2019, but as I'll show you, the ripples of this project continue. So I'll talk to you a little bit about the learning that was beyond the science, a bit about our participatory work, which turned out to be essential in the project's success, how we applied our learning elsewhere, any indications maybe for you to decide whether it was a successful approach, and lastly, if we have any time, a little bit of work on the small island of Tristan da Cunha, with the most remote community in the world. So let's move on. Many of you will remember the stories of Vesuvius erupting and the destruction of Pompeii, and you could say the very first citizen science in volcanology was actually Pliny the Younger, who documented the observations of the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 AD, and with the death of his father, and as he was out to sea, he managed to document in quite a lot of detail. But actually, from a scientific perspective, or modern scientific perspective, actually citizen science in volcanology sort of started in and around the Montserrat eruption, which started in 95, really kicked off in 97, and continues to this day. At the time, the Soufriere Hills volcano was being monitored by the British Geological Survey, and we're in conjunction with the Montserrat Volcano Observatory. And at that time, there just wasn't enough scientists on hand to deal with this eruption. You know, this is a small island, and quite a powerful eruption that unfortunately 7 lives were lost, or 9 lives were lost. So the scientists thought, well, we need more hands on deck. So they already had a great relationship with the local community, as tends to be in island settings. And the community also really wanted to be involved. They really wanted to know what was going on at their volcano. So this was kind of the first citizen science project on the island, where the Montserrat Volcano Observatory gave out ash collection trays to the communities, and they came back with their little samples of ash, and this ash continues to be analysed to this day. So it started off lots and lots of PhD projects at the time, and was really a rich source of data and knowledge. So it all started really in volcanology back in the 90s. So this kind of, some of this thinking informed the STRIVA project, as did this and it's kind of eloquently put together in this quote by Antonio Guterres, who recognised in this quote that these global challenges require a more integrated approach if we're to tackle them. Otherwise, if we don't, and it's this, take this kind of siloed, fragmented approach, then this leads to disaster. So the Striva project, it was started in 2012. It was a large consortium project run out of the UK, but with partners in the Caribbean, in Ecuador and Colombia. So, and funded by 2 research councils in the UK, both of whom you'll probably be familiar with, NERC and the ESRC. So very much a physical and a social science component to this project. And really it was sort of informed, so we wanted to take more than just a physical science approach. We wanted to know more about than just the hazard. We needed to know more about the risk. And just this little cartoon here, this is a comparative number of those killed in eruptions with over 5 fatalities since 1985. And you can see that actually it's not about I mean, we don't want any loss of life, of course. And even though deaths from volcanic eruptions are declining, thankfully, the losses are increasing. And we see this across the board with other hazards. And so we need to learn a little bit more about, why, what's contributing to this loss. And here you can see over 1 million people have been evacuated. And that's when we come to realise that's the importance of social vulnerability. We heard about this a lot yesterday. The little diagram on the left shows the location of those that were killed in eruptions, and you can see there that of those yellow people, there's about a third that were inside the exclusion zone. That's what the EZ means. So if you take those that were killed within the exclusion zone, most of those people were killed because it was livelihood related. Maybe it was farmers that needed to go back and check on their cattle or their crops. In fact, that tends to be most of the reason why there are deaths in volcanic eruptions. So we know that social vulnerability is important. So this project really aimed to bring together the hazards that you can see, work package 1 and 2, looking at forecasting and impacts of volcanic eruptions, but also looking very much from a social scientific perspective into the vulnerability and the capacity of governments down to local communities to cope with eruptions. And putting those, integrating all that information together to analyse risk and together working to enable the resilience of populations to eruptions. So we focused on 6 settings, and what we called these kind of learning settings are forensic volcanoes. Maybe it's not quite the right term to use, but it's really, we looked into these volcanoes, these eruptions in a lot of detail. These are long-lived eruptions in Montserrat in Ecuador and in Colombia, with actually what we thought at the time was quite a lot of information about them. What we wanted to do was learn from those eruptions and then apply our learning to 3 high-risk volcanoes that haven't erupted in a while, and maybe there was some way of transferring that learning. That was the plan. What actually turned out to be the case was that there was quite a lot of physical science information out there, quite a lot of research from the physical sciences, but almost barren land when it came to social science information. So we really needed to learn quite quickly about aspects of vulnerability and capacity in all of these settings. And we did this by just applying lots and lots of different things. It was such a wonderful project, having that time. We had 5 years to really understand those contexts in which we were working, understand what people wanted from us. And it was way beyond mapping and modelling. Don't get me wrong, these things were really important and have been so beneficial to progressing the physical science. But actually it was the more participatory work, just trying different things out, whether that be walks in the village or scenario exercises, evacuation drills, work with the arts, dancing. I know dancing came up yesterday. We just tried things out in different settings and really were sensitised to what people really needed from us as scientists and how they wanted to integrate with us. And yes, there's this amazing science, there's lots and lots of papers out there, but the thing I think for me, and I've called these our transformational moments during the project, these things for me, I realised quite early on in the project, were the 4 things that enabled us to make massive step changes in our understanding of the risk, understanding of how we might build resilience in the community, and how we work best with the community. And these were shared experiences, the role of emotion, the role of storytelling, and integrating different perspectives. So yeah, this first point was really quite poignant to me very, very early on in the project, that we went to Montserrat for a workshop, and we invited local people to speak about the eruption in whatever way they wanted. Some people chose to produce PowerPoints, some people chose to sing a song, and honestly there wasn't a dry eye in the house. It was the memories of the eruption were still so raw for people, many of them still coping with the aftermath, 20, 30 years later. But they wanted to talk about it. They didn't feel like they had time to almost digest the trauma and have a forum in which they could talk about it. As I said, we also recognise that the importance of that knowledge is held and shared in different ways, and so we have that flexibility in the project to hold a song about ashfall in as high regard as a probability density model, or and it was having that, and I think that's testament to the team that we had, that we were all very relaxed and open to how different people's ontologies, the way people know and understand the world. And also having shared experience, particularly an emotional one, is fantastic to create strong bonds. And so, as I say, the ripples began. This was a project that lasted for 5 years, but so many other things have been informed as a result. So this is one of my favourite shared experiences. This is in St Vincent and the Grenadines. This is where it's another soufriere, La Soufriere volcano, which had at this point only last erupted in 79, but as many of you will know, it has since erupted between them from December 2020 into 21. But anyway, we had a fantastic community group from all places all over the island that were interested in developing disaster management within their own communities. The majority of these people on the bus were from the south of the island, but the volcano is in the north of the island. And so they said, oh, you know what, I've never been to the volcano before. So we arranged a bus tour, we got everybody in the bus, and it was just a time for people on a 2-hour trip to talk and to point out where they lived, and oh, isn't that slope steep? Or I hadn't even looked at it from this perspective before, or this, that, and the other. It was such a simple thing to do, but really, really effective in creating bonds. Here we are at the rim of the La Soufriere volcano. Fortunately, this doesn't look anything like this anymore. Certainly can't get up and take kids on field trips just at the moment. But we always got the school children involved and had little science trips along the way. And so, as I say, I mean, I think the wonderful thing about field trips together, to look at the risk together, is that it's a great leveler. You're all there. You can, a farmer can talk to you about his or her land, and you can talk about the thing that you know about. And it's not a scientist talking down. You're just on a kind of, you're just learning together. And as I say, it really encourages and improves collaboration and dialogue. Another thing, as I mentioned, was different forms of knowledge and multiple perspectives. So I think most of this has come from working with artists, and that could be professional artists, but also, as you can see here from these pictures, our school artists, our school children as artists, and sometimes the most kind of eureka moments can come from something that you never expected. And this was a particularly interesting event we ran in Ecuador, actually, with the school children. So all of these kids were in separate schools dotted around the volcano Tungurahua. And so engaging with these different schools, we asked the children to draw a picture of the volcano, how it made them feel. And so they all drew these pictures and sent them in, and it was meant to just be a nice exhibition of showing the kids' artworks. But what we actually then found out, when we put borders, coloured borders around each of the pictures relating to where so each school had a different coloured frame, we then realised, perhaps, you know, it's obvious now, but that the kids that were closest to the volcano saw it as evil. Their animals were dying. It was all reds and oranges and smoke, and whereas the kids that were further away had all these luscious green fields and all their crops growing, and a volcano with a smiley face, and it was, we just, you know, realised obviously that, you know, we all have a very different relationship with the volcano as we grow up. So this also led to other projects that lots of people also wanted to express themselves or express their relationship with the volcano through songs or through poetry, and so we created a mobile exhibition to showcase some of the material that's out there that people had created, because often, you know, we feel so bad when we run workshops that not everybody can come. You know, they can't travel down, or they can't get access through the internet, or whatever it might be. And to try and be as inclusive as possible, we created this mobile exhibition and had a little road trip around the island. So just to mention, yeah, these past, present and future projects. So there was Striva right at the beginning, but just a plethora of other things that have come out of this particular project, both arts related, social science related and physical science related. One that I did want to highlight, which we're all kind of proud about in a way, that we always, when you're building capacity in a country that, you know, doesn't have a lot of financial support for dealing with disasters, is that, you know, one always wishes that, you know, they can kind of run with the information or the knowledge and do something themselves. And this was one of those things, that our Caribbean partners had enough capacity and knowledge and links with the community through the Striva project that they were able to create their own Volcano Ready Communities project, where they aimed to create 12 communities within St. Vincent that to be volcano ready. And this was around I think it was about 2020 that the project finished, it was, yeah, they did lots of things that similar sorts of things that we'd done in the Striva project, but it was it was totally Caribbean focused. There wasn't, you know, a white scientist around. You know, it was totally driven by them, and it was really uplifting. And they created, they worked with local photographers to make exhibitions and whatnot. And so you can see here some of the cartoons and posters that they made about the hazards, but also the risk. And here's some more here. Very obviously with them knowing the context inside out, these were very tailored towards the appropriate audience. I'll come back to whether all that was actually a success later on, but then I just want to briefly talk about, am I all right for time, by the way? Can you give me a shout when there's 10? Thank you. About the other thing that was very rich from the Striva project, and which was around storytelling. And this is something that connects us all. And so I think it's probably not used enough. I don't think it's a tool in science and research. And one of the things that, I'll just come back to this now. One of the things when we were working firstly in St. Vincent and then in Colombia, bear in mind at the time that the volcano hadn't erupted since 1979, and so talking to people that had witnessed the eruption, that had gone through it at the time, they said, well, there's a whole generation that's gone by that, you know, we remember it, we're terrified of the volcano, but the younger people just don't seem to care. They know it's over there. You can't really see the volcano in some places on the island. they care about other things. And so, you know, we asked, well, how do you think is best to share your knowledge? And they said, oh, well, can we do something maybe on, you know, on YouTube or social media? And in the end, they decided that they wanted to make a film, an oral history film. And I had a background in filmmaking, so it was a fantastic opportunity to work together to create some oral history films with them front and center. So it wasn't a scientist talking about the hazard or the risk, it was them telling their story. And you can find out more about these films. The paper's quite old now, it's 2017, but it was a really nice research process as well, so it wasn't just about the films per se, it was that interaction with the communities, hearing their stories, asking where they wanted to be filmed. It was just such a wonderful, enriching process for everybody. If it works, because I know the internet's not particularly, oh, it might work. I'm just going to show you a snippet, if I've got time. Might not have sound, actually, come to think about it. So, no, don't worry. But you can see, I mean, they're very pretty films, and I think this is one of the things that the communities were really happy about, was that they felt that the aesthetics really kind of gave it some weight, some bearing. We used a professional film crew, and lots of nice drone work. But yeah, it was just to give you a flavour. But please go and have a look at these films. They've been seen hundreds of thousands of times and have been used for years in various outreach events, and every year to commemorate the eruption. And now there'll be 2 anniversaries. Yeah, that volcanic dome isn't there anymore. Anyway, back to the presentation. So we made these films, and then we also went out on a roadshow and showed the films in communities all around the island. And it was, as was mentioned yesterday, had made it into a party, had a good spread and a good party afterwards. So there's a trilogy of films that you can find on the internet, on YouTube, and also there are some risk communication films which are actually scientist-led. There's tiny little shorts, 3 or 4 minutes long, about the hazards, so that if people wanted to find out more, they could go and find out about the hazards and risk. And here's the website, striva.ac.uk is the website for the project, and you can just put in Striva into YouTube. So really, what was I going to say about this? Yeah, so thinking about the films, it was, and their success, as I mentioned, it wasn't, the films were one thing, the product was one thing, the process was so important, but the 2 other things that I think were also equally as important in making them successful, and that was making sure that we interviewed and had key people involved, our champions, and they were community champions that were, as was said yesterday, often women that were interviewed, but also a trusted scientist led the kind of the media. Excuse me, let me just take a drink. Led the release of the films and was on the radio, and so people really felt that they trusted him, therefore they trusted where the films were coming from. And also the conditions, this is an orchid, by the way, I never keep them alive, but the conditions also have to be right. You know, there's no point releasing films when, you know, there's something else, a political issue going on, or, you know, people have got other things to think about. The conditions have to be right for risk communication to be effective. So now we move briefly to Colombia. So this is the volcano Nevada del Ruiz, and our colleagues that we were working with in the Geological Survey in Colombia saw the success of the films in St. Vincent, and they were like, oh my God, the anniversary of the terrible eruption of Nevada del Ruiz is coming up, and we'd like to do a similar sort of thing, making oral history films with the survivors. And so we started collating stories, and some of the stories were just horrendous. These were some of the images from the 1985 eruption of Nevada del Ruiz, which made me want to become a volcanologist, because I just couldn't believe how horrendous this was. 25,000 people died, and still in textbooks, all you see when, or you Google the eruption, all you see are these images, these horrible, images that, Omara Sanchez, the little girl that died eventually, they couldn't get her out of the mud. She's everywhere, and it was a really horrible thing. And so, but when we were talking to people, they were like, please, please, please don't show these images. All they wanted to remember is messages of hope and not fear. And I think sometimes we get that wrong in our risk communication, that it's all about the danger, danger, danger. And actually, people were so much more tuned into to those optimistic messages. People did survive. They got better. They bounced back. And so we made these films. I'm not going to show them again because of the sound thing, but please, they're on the Striva website. Do take a look. They're all Spanish language and subtitled in English. And we took them round to show communities and had hundreds of people show up for these screenings. And again, it was a big party, but lots of people were chatting with each other. And one person had seen somebody interviewed that was their local cafe owner. And they were like, oh my God, I didn't know that she'd lost everybody. She'd lost her whole family. And they created a friendship. And, so it was from something so tragic, something very heartwarming and positive came out of it. So I'm not going to play this. I'll move on. But again, we a very aesthetically pleasing film. And also what we did in the screenings was we wanted to do a bit of research as well. And so we'd done a kind of a pre-post questionnaire and interviews with people. And this is all in the paper. But we're talking about behaviour change and whether the films had kind of encouraged people to think about risk differently or prepare for the future. And so we did definitely see a change in what people thought that they would do. I mean, it's a snapshot in time, of course, and it'd be great to go back and repeat the study. What I wanted to go back to in terms of the process was that the actual filming bit, you can see that in the middle of both of these in terms of relative effort. The filming was, high effort, definitely. I mean, it took a lot of work, but it was a week. Actually, what the process, the length of process was the bit before, finding out about those stories, taking the time to get to know people, and then the post-production, the editing can take an awful long time, don't get me wrong, but then also giving enough time for dissemination and evaluation. What's the point in having these amazing tools if we don't then disseminate them as widely as possible and figure out what went right and what went wrong? As I mentioned about the champions and the right conditions, this is also extremely important. And in Colombia as well, we made sure that the timing was definitely right because it was the anniversary of the eruption. And we made sure that the right people were there to talk about the eruption and things like hazard maps and evacuation routes. The right people were there if others wanted to chat. And so yes, you can find out more about that whole process and product at that address. So back to St Vincent briefly, if I have time. Obviously volcanoes are one thing, but the whole of St Vincent is pretty much a volcano. It's a multi-hazard environment. Volcanoes are by their very nature. So St Vincent's at risk from landslides and hurricanes, tsunami, earthquakes, you name it. And so we wanted to go beyond volcanology, and so we developed an app. You'll be familiar with this because you guys have got one too, called My Has. It's, from what I heard yesterday, it seems to be a very similar interactive tool for people to, when they observe a particular environmental change, that they can jot it down and send it in. And I'd love to talk to you more about this because it was released last year and probably the timing was wrong, actually, come to think of it. And it wasn't for everyone. I love this photo because there's the younger people that are interacting with the iPad, and they knew exactly what to do, and the older lady that just wasn't interested whatsoever. And funnily enough, on reflection, this project it wasn't asked for by the communities, and I wonder, actually, thinking about it, whether the success, maybe it won't be a long-term success because we didn't get that kind of, it wasn't from the bottom up, it wasn't asked for. We just thought it would be a really good idea. But we'll wait to see on that one. It's really tricky with technology. I think, sometimes I think we may go a bit overboard with the tech, and it, coming back to the Montserrat example from in the 90s, people loved going out with their ashtrays and collecting the ash and taking it to the MVO, but so there was hundreds and hundreds of samples. I think we've got about 10 people that have put in some information into the app, so we'll see how this one works out. And the other last thing I wanted to talk about briefly was looking at things from a multi-hazard perspective, was the citizen science projects that we set up in St Vincent and Nepal, and I can't remember the other place. My brain's gone dead. Anyway, there's you can find out more about this this project. I've got a poster which I'll put up in a minute, and a paper that was written on this, which is basically looking at citizen science as more than just science. If we just think of it as citizen knowledge, then that opens up citizen science and citizen observatories and everything just so much more. Thinking about narratives, for example, the importance of information from songs or poems, or all of this stuff is just as valid information. And yeah, was it a success, all of our work in St Vincent? Well, it's tricky to know. I mean, it's in the volcano, as I mentioned, had last erupted in '79 when the project was run, and then spectacularly erupted almost without warning. It was just a little bit of run-up, a bit of seismic activity, but there was an effusive dome that grew, and it could have done anything. It could have just stopped growing, it could have got bigger, and then it did go pop in April 2021. Yes, people were massively impacted. There was lots of people in shelters. There still are people in shelters. Ash it devastated the crops. There wasn't enough time to move animals, but no one died. And this is a massive eruption for a small island. Everybody got out in time. The last people were evacuated just before the explosion. So you could say, yeah, it was good timing. But also the monitoring agencies and the emergency managers, they knew what they had to do, and they were trusted individuals. I mean, my colleague, the director of the observatory, he was on the radio every day with the Prime Minister for the Richie and Ralph show, informing people about what was going on. Facebook and all social media was really kept a close eye on, and there's papers on that I can share if you're interested. Yes, so there was impacts, there was losses, but nobody died, which I think is tremendous. So in a way, I don't really care if any of that was to do with our work or not. It's even if it saved one person, then job's done. Now, do I have time to talk about Tristan or not? Sure. Okay, so just my last one, but this is very recent work on the island of Tristan da Cunha. I did my PhD on Tristan da Cunha from 2008 to 2012. Tristan is a very remote island in the middle of the South Atlantic, if you haven't heard of it. It's a British overseas territory, and it's pretty challenging to get to, so you can't fly. So you have to get a boat from Cape Town, and that takes you about 10 days, more often than not on a fishing boat. So it's not a pleasant journey by any means. But if you're thinking about, active volcanic island, also prone to landslides, earthquakes, severe storms, any help is 10 days away at least. So the islanders have to be particularly sufficient in terms of day-to-day activities, but also self-reliant in terms of response and recovery. And here's the little community. So can you believe it? 238 people live on the island and have done for the last 200 years. You can see a nice little lava pile in the background. That's a lava dome and flow that erupted in 1961 and 62, which resulted in the whole island being evacuated initially to Cape Town and then onwards to Southampton in the UK, where they stayed for 2 years. The novelty, I think, about this is that they all stayed in an army camp in Southampton all together. So I think as opposed to other eruptions like Montserrat, for example, where evacuees were moved all around the UK, they stayed in one community together. And after 2 years, even though they had access to healthcare and all the kind of stuff that was going on in the 60s, they unanimously voted to return. So they basically said to the British government, that's it, we're heading back to our island. And so they did. They came back in 64 and recovered. And so they're still a thriving community, not quite so self-sustaining as they were. They still get a ship visiting every month with sweets and booze and other things. But they fish and farm, and it's a wonderful place to be. Anyway, they do have landslides. So, and it's an active volcano, as you know. So back in 2017, there was a period of very intense rainfall and lots and lots of landslides, mainly debris flows, but also rockfalls as well. And this devastated this area here, and on the right-hand side is the patches, the potato patches, where they grow all their root vegetables, but also lots of grazing land as well. So animals were lost, some of the patches just ruined. And but because of funding issues and COVID, we couldn't get out there until last year. So this is a little movie of shows you some of the problems around Tristan. There's a central peak, and then there's these gulches, the big canyons that radiate from the peak, and these bring down so much material, scoriaceous, fine-grained material, which then brings down all these boulders and carves out the channels, which often overflow, and so there are lots of landslide issues. So we had a team of us that went out and did a drone survey and mapped all these areas, and then we'll return next year to see what changes have occurred, where material is accreted and where it's eroded. But for a small island, this is a significant problem. So I kind of think I really want to leave it there, I think just the challenges of working on small remote islands in quite extreme environments brings a set of challenges in of itself. So thank you very much for listening.
Well, thank you, Anna, for this inspiring lecture. I should say that I could hear you for the rest of the morning till lunchtime. So, but I've understood that we have done a parallel path. Well, we have also an app, videos, and so we need to share, not just with me, but with everyone here. So I think we have a couple of minutes for questions. Please, Victor. Desculpa.
Oh.
And you also said that even only one life was saved, that was already enough. But I wonder what are your thoughts on impact? Because we really present this map of losses and lives, so deaths. And really, the problem today is more about problem of losses. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. And I think it's improving a lot. Every major eruption that I witness, they people are tuned in, emergency managers seem to be much more tuned in to the need to move cattle. It's happening right now in Nevada del Ruiz, in Colombia, that it's making headline news. You know, it's making sure that the farmers can visit their animals. Crops are another thing. I mean, I know there are stories of farmers almost proactively adapting to when the ash comes. So changing their crops in order to have crops that the ash can fall off the leaves, or that it's easier to wash, things like that. So I think it's for us as a community, I think documenting those stories, documenting those aspects where people are adapting, and sharing that as widely as we can in similar contexts, and similarly for emergency managers, making sure that there's plans in place for movement of animals, for temporary shelters as well. I think shelters is something that there's still a big struggle with shelters from a volcanic risk reduction perspective, that people are still in shelters for way too long. So I think there's more to do, but you can see changes. I think you can see changes.
Thank you. Ana Paula.
Thanks a lot for your nice presentation. My question is more related with the extent of the success of those projects. What have you done, or what type of activities have you promoted to extend the success of the projects and to keep the engagement of the citizens?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I mean that's $1 million, isn't it? Really, it's. I think a lot can be said for having a really nice project team. And it's always nice to work with nice people, right? Anyway, but I think having people also in a team that are some researchers, but we know that research projects have a finite time. So we also need to be collaborating with people that have permanent positions in particular establishments. I'm one of the lucky ones at the British Geological Survey. I've got a permanent position. So that you've got these kind of long-term key people in amongst researchers that might roll in and roll out of a project. So I think that's one aspect of lengthening the project's success, and the learning, keeping that learning kind of moving along. Funding is also, of course, it's a big problem, but I think certainly from the UK perspective, I do feel that there is a lot of funding bodies are very willing and promoting interdisciplinarity, so promoting that interaction between physical and social sciences, more recently arts and humanities. So I think that there's, from a funding perspective, you can take kind of the current status quo, but then also try something new with a new set of researchers. And I think funding bodies, in my view, are allowing you to build in more flexibility into your projects if things go wrong, or you just want to try something new. I think maybe I'm putting too much of a positive spin on it, because it's not easy, of course, to get funding. But I think also then it's the communities with which you work, and I stress and stress again that the need to revisiting communities is so essential. I know we only have finite budgets to go and visit our friends and in the communities with whom we're working, and we all like to go on field trips, but I think it's a really important part to just go, hey, we're back again, we haven't forgotten you, we'd really like to try something new, and doing that as much as you can. I do spend an awful lot of time ringing folks out of my own time, just to say, I'm still here, don't worry, we're trying to get more money. I know there's not a magic answer, but I think it's a little bit of all of those. Yeah.
So thank you so much. More questions? Yeah, please, Owen.
Thank you for your talk, very nice. Oh, thanks, Anna. Whoa.
This is a very sensitive microphone. Very nice talk, thank you. My question was, feedback. How much science have you done with the citizens?
Yeah, good question. Depends what you think of as science. I certainly feel that if you open it up to more than science, if you open it up to knowledge, then world's your oyster. You know, you could talk to them about anything. Yes, in St Vincent, from a sort of traditional scientific perspective, we've set up rain gauges. They use the tipping buckets and make measurements and download things and whatnot. We're hoping to do the same sort of thing in Tristan, where they can fly the drones, they make those observations and record them and understand kind of the more aspects of the kind of systematic observations and what that actually means. But I think I don't think you necessarily have to frame it as we want you to be a scientist. It's actually the other way around. It's like we'd love to hear what your knowledge and tell me how you managed to make your crops so amazing, because I couldn't do it. And I think by framing it that way, rather than you do what we do, then I think it's more likely to succeed.
Thank you. More questions?
Yeah, hi, Helena from La Palma Research Center. So it's kind of linked. Well, first, thank you very much for sharing all of these amazing experiences. First, it's related to the topic that you were just discussing about the team and kind of the approach, because all of the approach that you were presenting reminded me of how all the feminist methodologies for research are constructed and trying to put forward an alternative to traditional research methods. And this is more a practical question, but were there people in your team and so on that had this feminist methodology background, or how did it all come up to actually build science in this way? Because it's not so obvious that maybe in the UK it is more normalized. Also, I have to say from my experience that it is more common to think this way, but not elsewhere in Europe. So just how did it come about to do research in this way? And how did you confront any resistance? You had to put forward the argument that this was also a valid and even more valid way sometimes to do science. And then the second question, it's more about the return to the communities, because yesterday we were hearing about some cases, I think in Madeira, where they were offered kind of alongside the project and afterwards, learning centers or places where people in the communities after the project, they could still gather and do courses, training, workshops, and keep exchanging knowledge. So is there something like that you did or still in place or envisioned?
Brilliant questions. Yeah, I can't wait to answer them. The first one, yes, our social scientists that were involved in the project, I think all of them subscribed to feminist ontology. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, it's there was so much resistance from key people in when the consortium was quite big. There were certain physical scientists and some social scientists, I might say as well, that really pushed back. They couldn't understand that what we were trying to do, and that's fine, And I think one of the kind of a nice analogy that I heard once was that these interdisciplinary projects can be like, you're all in a big revolving door, and some of you stay in, and you keep going around and you keep figuring stuff out, and some people, they do their bit and they leave, and it's okay, it's people can still contribute even if it's not, they don't subscribe to the kind of the whole approach or how it's adapting as time goes on. And I think it's important to say that to people at the beginning, like not every interdisciplinarity isn't for everyone, and as is you don't have to subscribe to a particular research framework, but you can still be involved in the science, and or come in at a later date, whatever it might be. I think having that fluidity is really important in a team. I just so happened that the Striva project, and there was a sister project that was funded at the same time called Earthquakes Without Frontiers. And I'll be delicate about this, how I phrase it, but the social scientist in that project subscribed to a different research framework, and they had a totally different approach from us. You know, we might have been all the kind of, you know, fluffy, singy, dancey type folks, but you know, it's. I think we've had a longer success period because we had a team that really invested in this way of working and invested with returning to communities. I hope that answers that question. In the second part, yeah, I mean, we couldn't physically set up a centre or anything like that, but definitely, like was brought up yesterday, in the process of doing the research together with communities, running these, you know, scenario exercises or chatting about, you know, sometimes we drew maps together, sometimes we flew drones, and so they could see their village from a different perspective. All of these different workshops and events that we held, there always seemed to be kind of people that would come out of the woodwork, and again, like we said yesterday, normally women actually, and that would be like, oh, I could do that, or I could take on this role in the community, and so these kind of key champions in the community started to emerge, and then they became, with the Volcano Readies community project, they then you know, had a more formalized role across the country in terms of, you know, the champion for their particular setting, and they're trusted individuals. And I think pretty much if this individual would suggest anything, whether it might be, guys, you know, we think a hurricane's on the way, you know, out from your homes into the shelters, you know, they'd be listened to. So I think whilst there wasn't a physical space for people, I think that having those key people would enable that if there was an opportunity to do so.
Thank you. Another question?
Sorry? Is there time for one more?
Yeah, of course.
I got to measure the mic now. Anna, I was really struck by one comment you made, which I think is really interesting because it suggests to me that the model is slightly wrong about how we do this, which was that you said, okay, we went out and developed an app, and then the people were like, yeah, well, it's great, but like, I didn't ask for it. And I was just engaged with a national funding body in Ireland now, and they've started to switch. So we wrote a proposal. So we come as a scientist or whatever we are, and we say, yeah, here's an idea, and we think it's going to be great, and we have it all worked out. And the funding body said, yeah, okay, you got the money. And then they said, right, we want you to sit down for the first 6 months, and we want you to just throw it all away and start again. And we want you to go out and do surveys and contact all the people that you think might be interested in this project and actually ask them what they want first. And then you give us the latest version of the proposal. So I suppose, just thinking from AGEO's perspective as well, is that like we have all these tools now, and the concern is, well, who's actually going to use them? So I suppose it's more of a comment now than a question. But how would we go and put this into better practice? Do you think, from your experience with working with communities on the ground, like is there a role for a project that would just find out what people living on volcanoes want?
Yeah, I mean, I think, by the way, that sounds like an awesome thing to do. Is just tear it up and start again, you know. Yeah, it's quite terrifying actually when looking back at the My Has app. I mean, it was, you know, it kind of, sorry to digress slightly, but it was at the time the British Geological Survey were developing their digital team, and really kind of getting on the bandwagon, and that was the place to get money. That was it, you know. And so honestly, I reckon hundreds of thousands of pounds were put into that app, and you know, and we were like, and it just got taken away from us, you know. It's like, you know, I just wrote a bit about what volcanic hazards are, and it became quite uncomfortable from an ethical perspective as well, because, you know, and it's taxpayers' money. Hang on, guys, can we please go back and talk to people? So a lot of our interaction with communities was almost retrospective after, you know, parts of the Act were created. And in one respect, I think that's a good thing, because I think people want to see something. And so there, you know, don't get me wrong, there was a fair amount of stakeholder engagement. But I'll never forget the head of the emergency management organisation just saying, well, this was your idea. I mean, it's great, don't get me wrong, but this was your idea. And I was like, yeah, you're right. And now we're asking them to, you know, to look at all the data and to analyse it and everything, and they don't have the capacity to do that. So, yeah, I think it's really tricky, and I think it is tricky with tech, because people want to know what they're going to be, you know, subscribing to, and they want to see something. But often, I think the simpler things are the easier things. And it could be tech-led, but I think sometimes it doesn't have to have all the bells and whistles for it to be effective.
Thank you.
Thank you. More questions? Well, this session took a bit longer, but I thought that the discussion was so interesting, and I should say that I found many similarities with your our paths are clearly parallel. So I think we can continue. Well, somehow the kickoff for the session 3 that includes a workshop and a roundtable has started already. This workshop will be on Citizens Observatory, a tool to engage citizens on geohazard risk management. And I'm at the moment I'm an upper level, and I want to be with you. So we'll move. Okay. So the idea is for all of us to be together in this part of the room, okay, where the workshop and the roundtable will be held. So, a couple of minutes for us to move, to stretch the legs, drink a bit of water and so on. Okay, so see you on that side in a couple of minutes.
Isto é pouco. Para explicares isso, está bem? Fernando. E o cinzeiro que eu queria pegar com vocês. Um é para vocês, são poucos. E os dois. Quer dizer, depois para a audiência tem que andar sempre de uma para outra. Claro, mas a audiência vai ter menos do que nós. Pronto, ok. Está bem? Está bom, está serviço. Ok, obrigado. Isabel, por favor. Ok.
Hello everyone, good morning. Delta and I are on this side of the room and looking for with us here. Yes. Domingos, Nicola?
Oh yeah, it's working.
It's working, yes. Okay. I would invite the representatives of the pilots to join us here on this side of the room. Nicola. No. I'll be on one of the sides and Delta on the other. You can just choose shades.
I have to set up here?
Yes. And you the sun.
The sun.
Oh, that's for you then, the mill. Please take it. Isabel, would you join us as well, please?
Yes.
Isabel, I would prefer to sit there because Delta will be on that side. Okay. Domingos, please join us. Sara, por favor. Delta, falta uma cadeira. Just solve the problem. Domingos, please sit here. If you want the shadow. Deixa-me só arranjar a tua cadeira, desculpa. I believe everyone. Falta. E o Domingos. Tens que pôr mais uma cadeira desse lado. I would like to invite you to have a seat, and Delta, perhaps we could start. Everyone's here. Domingos, please sit here. Most outside. And I don't know what happens. All this area in front of us is empty. People prefer to be on the sidelines. This is a sort of conversation between colleagues and friends. So, welcome to this. Let's call it long table. As I said, discussion. And I'd like to ask Delta to please tell us what.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello to everybody. So our idea in this second day of the conference was to give space for dialogue, for debate, for exchange of experiences. Actually, I think we already started to debate with Hannah at the end of the keynote. It's just a continuation of that dialogue. And as Vitor said, we don't be shy, we want everybody to participate. So this was organized having in mind two big questions. First, to what extent Citizens Observatory tool can be useful for disaster risk management systems. This is a subject that also was referred yesterday for some of us. How can this tool that we were working along these 4 years can be useful for civil protection organizations? This is the first question. The second question is also something that goes on our minds, and a colleague already asked Hannah this question, that it has to do with Citizens Observatory longevity. How will we keep Citizens Observatory alive beyond the project? So we organized this debate in 2 parts. Vitor, do you want to say how
Yes.
we managed to organize this?
Yes, and of course, the first part will be adding. Yes, we'll be adding here the participants from the pilots. We also have Sarah, which has a different experience, science, and the idea to create that includes in those dialogues the audience. So we questions. Some of the presentations at the end, it was not possible to make questions because of timing. Now it's the opportunity for that.
So I would just say, present Sarah. Well, we felt in the organization that we needed to hear and to bring other colleagues that also worked with Citizens Observatories and citizen science to help us to think on the future or in the future. So that's why we remembered Sarah. Sarah is a researcher at the University of Porto. She works in the area of urban planning for many years and environmental issues, also with a concern on involving communities in environmental issues. And today she will bring her an example of a project where she participated and where she developed Citizens Observatory on risk, climate change risk management and involvement of people. Okay, I will just 10 minutes for share with us.
Okay, it's better like this. So first of all, thank you for the invitation. I am here in the name of all the researchers that developed the project, obviously. Sorry, it's a bit strong, that's fun. But it's a shame to close the windows, so I don't know, I'm in a dilemma. Okay. We can move. Okay.
All the sun will go to our video.
Just close it, it's fine. Just close that. Just close. I'll survive.
No D vitamin.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. Like this, it's okay. Okay. It's fine like this. Okay, thank you and sorry. So, as I was saying, I took part in this citizen sensing project. This citizen sensing aimed, and one of the main objectives was to develop the climate service. So it's, I am aware that probably the area is a slight different, but as I could see today and yesterday attending the conference, we have very similar concerns, very similar tools, and so there are a lot of similarities here between my project that has already ended and the projects that I could see that you developed in AGEO. As I was saying also, the project is, it's another scale, so we only had 4 partners, so we had 3 years to develop the project, but it was smaller, it was very focused on developing this climate service. The climate service itself was, at the end, the outputs were an app, a web platform, and a link with sensors that were distributed in the city. But the main idea was to co-develop and co-design this climate service with stakeholders and end users. So maybe a little bit in line with one question that was done now in the morning, our concern was to do something that would be developed, but that could respond to the needs and the concerns of the stakeholders, the institutions. So it was a co-design process, and right from the beginning we had this objective of co-developing a participatory risk management system. That was the name of the system that we wanted to develop. The ultimate goal was to increase urban resilience with this climate service. At the end, we had the 3 outputs, but along the process, the idea was to interact also with the stakeholders and the end users. So it was to develop this participatory system that had this 2-way approach. So on one side, the idea was to give information to the citizens, to the end users, but at the same time to collect information from them as any other citizen science project, but also give some information to them and raise awareness about climate issues. So it was this 2-way approach. Also, along the process, so we first co-developed the system, the participatory system, with some collaborative workshops. We involved stakeholders and the end users to co-design and see exactly what they needed, what kind of information should be included in the app, and what could be useful for them, and if they would use the app and this kind of system. Then we also tested the app and the tools with some campaigns. In this aspect, I must say that we had quite different experiences. We tested in high school with 16 years old students, and the motivation was very low. I remember I heard yesterday a similar comment. So they were not much motivated to this, although they were aware of climate change issues. They knew the importance of these kind of issues, but then to raise some motivation to use the app, it was not succeeded. We also tried with university students, with elderly and young students. With the elderly, it was a disaster again, and it was quite very difficult to make them even use or see the app, to go to the app. With young students at university, it was a bit easier because it was kind of a mandatory exercise. So by doing this, we could get some information. They could see the usefulness of the app. They were tracking flooding spots in the city with that app, reporting the places, and then they saw the mapping of it, and so they could see the application and the usefulness of the app. But it had to be mandatory, otherwise maybe the success would be also low. Then we had a quite good experience with healthcare people that happened in Sweden, where the role of a champion, what we call the champion, and I remember that yesterday, Santiago. You had some music, Santiago. So I heard about the person Santiago and the role of the champion and the importance of these kind of people that motivate the others and make the others do something. And here, with healthcare people, so they were moving around, taking care of elderly people, and they started a game to use the app, and so they motivated. Can you put it away? Okay. So, as I was saying, the role of this champion was crucial to motivate the others to use, and at the same time, we used this gamification. So they were winning points, and that was a very successful. It just disrupted the app, and we had to ask them in a while not to use the app because it completely explodes the number of reports. We also use some service before and after using the app to track and see if the app would increase anything in terms of awareness, anything in terms of how they would feel and what they think after using the app, if they thought the app would be useful for them, what they would change in the app. So we track and made the before and after the campaigns surveys, and I have 2 or 3 more comments maybe, which is that maybe more as a conclusion. That motivation was really hard in the process, and I see that with your experiences, it has also been difficult. So motivation was a big thing that we have to deal with. The type of the app in our case was also maybe a problem because it wasn't a real app. It was an app in a site, so they had to go to the website to use the applications. I don't know what happens in your case, so it's not a real commercial app. It was a research thing, a product of a research. So I don't know if that was not so attractive to be used. And the other thing is about the continuity that I also heard here. We had some commitment from the authorities and the local authorities, in our case, the municipality of Porto. They were committed, they recognized the importance of these kind of tools, but we cannot transfer this kind of research to them. So we developed these things, we have the copyright, we don't have the resources then to continue maintaining these kind of tools. And at the same time, when we approach the municipality, they have their own tools. They are exploring one tool, and they saw some usefulness in our ideas, and they probably will integrate some of our ideas in their tools because they are exploring the explore.porto. It's a website where people can track and move around and see interest points and know about mobility in the city of Porto. And one of our ideas, and that went beyond what was in the proposal of the project, was to develop also a wayfinding system to help people go from one point to the other. And it was a little bit based on the example of the university students that I spoke about, tracing the flooding spots in the city. So one thing could be also more interesting or beyond just reporting things and sharing things would be to know when extreme weather events happen, how people can move from one point to the other point if there are flooding areas in the road network. And so that could be an idea, that was a good idea that the municipalities saw also some usefulness to incorporate in their own platform. So as we see at the end is that motivation is hard. We see the importance of these key persons in the community to motivate the others, and to perhaps transfer this kind of usefulness of these kind of tools, and also to tell us about the concerns of the people that can be incorporated in our own tools. And so they are crucial and key persons in this interaction between our research, and between the academia, between the research project, and the community itself and the stakeholders. I think it's crucial, and this was something that was very evident in our project. I think that I think these kind of tools, and when we speak about citizen science, I must say that I was very skeptic in the beginning, because I'm not very technological, I'm not very digital, and then I was inside a citizen science project, so I was very reluctant with these kind of technologies. But I can see some once again, usefulness. I'm using usefulness a lot of the times. I see some usefulness in these tools when we have this possibility of sharing experiences. Most of the time when we talk about climate change and when we talk about engaging people in climate adaptation, one of the main issues is how we go from intention to action. There are a lot of policies, there are a lot of plans, but then people don't do things. So how can we make them do things? And this gap is something that we have to overcome. And maybe citizen science can have a key role there by exploring how people can share experiences. We usually are more motivated to act when we see the disaster that happened with the other family, or when we identify ourselves with something that occurred to someone else, or when we see a similar house and something happened with them. So this sharing of experiences with a more emotional way of communicating, I think that is one of the things and the potentials of the citizen science. So it's the sharing and the capacity to communicate in not so much in a scientific way, but in a more colloquial way, in a more appealing to affects, appealing to emotions. And that can be one thing that we could explore more with citizen science. On the other side, this project was to explore how people could report, using the app, extreme weather events. And all campaigns, and during the 3 years of the project, each time we did a campaign, there was no extreme weather events. So it was hard to ask people, okay, can you report on things? Can you share your experience? Can you give recommendations on how to act, or what kind of adaptation measures you can use in this kind of situation during a heat wave or during a flooding? But then there was no flooding and no extreme weather event during the campaign. So it was about thinking and imagining scenarios. But at the same time, I saw myself thinking, okay, during an extreme weather event, are we concerned with taking a picture and sending to an app just to help someone or to report about this? Is that what we are going to do, or anyone will do? So is this useful in this situation? Or should we bet on other kind of information with the citizen science, like checking the sensors, information of sensors, or like checking recommendations and adaptation measures? So we also had that other part of information that could be exchanged with people. And at the end, to create something, what we call the climate service, to create something that would allow people to share experiences, and that was our main concern. So about how personal stories can be shared in a platform.
If I may pick up on your question, because I believe it. This is a nightmare. You need to turn off that one, please. Okay, let's see if it works now. Picking up on your question, and as you said, it's important for us to share experiences, because sometimes even failure can help us learning and progressing. And I wonder if your case, because it's quite different from the case that Nicholas and also Kieran yesterday, so about Brittany and Causeway Coast were reporting, because in your case, Nicola, and also in yours, you were very successful in engaging stakeholders. I mean, not only the public, but also starting with the stakeholders, because in your case, the municipality, they didn't uptake the results, but in France it's different. So what happened there?
So one difference is that the stakeholders are observers. They were practitioners. So we're not working yet with general public. So everything has always worked with co-design. So in our experience, the idea was we want to involve stakeholders to do better science, but also to address their needs. So you need to start by finding out what they need so that you build tools that will be useful for them. So in the first part of the presentation that I gave yesterday, when I explained the conceptual framework with the indicators on systemic vulnerability, we co-designed this. We tested them, we proposed a batch of indicators, we tested them on the field with them, and from the feedback we changed, we scratched some that were not feasible, that did not seem useful to them. So co-design was a key. And then we have this conceptual framework, and we're trying to get their help to collect data. But we didn't ask them, can you help us collect data? We started having a discussion that was, how can we share expertise? How can we help you resolve your management issues? And the partnership started off as, okay, we're going to have 3 axes: observation, expertise sharing and support, and raising awareness. But they were not really involved from the get-go in the observation process. And once we started, after a year and a half, establishing trust relationship, they were used to having us in their case studies, and then we were like, okay, the observation works better if you guys help us, because you're on the field and we can't be everywhere. And slowly, the idea sort of made its little path in their own brain, and so step by step, we managed to engage a few local authorities in observation. And then, because we had this network, they exchanged among each other without us. And they're like, well, actually, carrying out observation, you learn more, you understand what's happening, it's better than doing it with a contractor. So they talk to each other, and that sort of spreading word convinced other people without us. So the best ambassadors in the end were them and not us. So when we go to other parts of Brittany and try to explain the approach, we always bring one of the first municipalities that works with us to tell their own story. And they always have better words than us to explain that. And finally, one last thing that helped us in engaging stakeholders was a law that came up a year and a half ago, so it's recent, that they have to project coastline position in the near-term future, like 30 and 100 years, and they realize that they don't have data. So now they really need the data on top of it.
So let me just ask Nicola. We talked about this in Madeira, and I think it's important. In your case study, Finistère was the one that you could go further. And what were the main factors that induced in that opportunity for Finistère?
There is someone at the Conseil départemental du Finistère who is in charge of environmental risks. It's not only coastal risk, it's also fluvial flooding, but it's his job. So we already had a little network of stakeholders in municipalities. The Conseil départemental du Finistère had already done prior experiences in setting up similar partnership with academics on wetlands, and they were very successful. So they wanted to reproduce the same thing. And yeah, I guess the key factor is that all the engagement, he spends half of his time on that. So that's his responsibility. And same thing for our people in the municipality who are carrying out surveys. It needs to be written in their duties, in their job. It's not something that they do extra. So it's somehow the municipal council at some point votes that it's something that is added to their job list, in fact. So it just becomes routine after that. So it's key to have this engagement and networking. We're not so legitimate to do that. They are.
No, it's working.
It's working. Io. So I just want to make some comments on what Sarah presented to us, if I understand well. Thank you for the presentation. So, first comment, working with community and general public, this is totally different methodology of working. So if you work with community, an area that you know, people that you know, you have champions that can help you, but does not work with the general public, because there are no, you don't know, so different. So if you work with a community, or if you work with a special group in your faculty, and you teach them, that's citizen science. But when you work with the people, that's not citizen science normally, because they just throw information, and sometimes you cannot even, you should have a look to validate it. When we work, by example, people collect information from them, but they are trained, right? So that's citizen science. So when you work with citizen science people trained, there are no need for, they like it. So they do it because they have been trained. There are no need for extra motivation. If you work with general public, if you don't have rewards, will never work. So if you send an app or whatever measure you want to implement, if there are no rewards, that's not work. So people will do it once, but they will not do second time. So we discussed it in the project. This rewards, it's very popular in that area, which is mobility in the cities. So if someone is giving you information and collecting points, and at the end of the day you give them a ticket to a Coldplay concert, there'll be a lot of people sending information. So in mobility is the same. You want to implement that people who should walk or bikes or whatever, you give them points. At the end of these points, the municipality can give them tickets to theaters or things. In some, you can see it at TikTok or Facebook. Likes is also a reward. So it's why people are participating in TikTok and Facebook, but they get likes and they adore, oh, I have so many likes. So work...
Deixa-me pegar nisso, se me permites.
Okay.
Because...
They are not the good rewards.
Yes, you might need to align the rewards with the expectations. And Claudia, in your case in Lisbon, you were also successful in that because you managed to have what you called yesterday the integration platform. And that's about rewards, right? To different people, to different groups inside that use the information, in a way.
You are talking about the platform that we, yeah. So this was a solution that we had to fight because of the several platforms that we were going to receive information from, okay? Because we developed the app for Lisbon pilot, we'll have the AGEO app, and we have some constraints regarding our servers and the access to the internal information from the municipality. This is not very well received. So, but we said, but we need to put this integrated into the systems, because if we maintain the information in this project team, when the project is over, we could not maintain the sustainability. So we need to link the information that we receive from the platform, in spite if this is the Lisbon app platform, the AGEO app platform, the Na Minha Rua platform, all the platforms now can be integrated into an architecture system that is a platform called MuleSoft. It's a solution that allows us to define filters and rules for the information that is received. So that platform is a kind of do some analytics. She analyzes the data, and using AI, she sends the data to the specific services that have to deal with the specific types of occurrences, because we have for geohazards in the AGEO project, but we have more geohazards, okay? We didn't treat all of them, the questions that we have in Lisbon City, only in the AGEO app. So we have also other types of situations and regarding geohazards that were not put in the AGEO Lisbon app. So, and as I told yesterday, so the services are very different and they have different competencies. So when we have emergencies such like floods, even earthquakes, we don't have common earthquakes, but this type of occurrences, this should be sent to specific services, civil protection, fire department. But if it is a problem in the roads, in the settlement, in the pavement, okay, this has to be sent to the department. There is the conservation department, and this was the pavement brigades that should have to act. So I cannot send this information to civil protection because it's not their area of competence, okay? I need to send this to other department. And now in the AGEO app, when we receive it in our platform, we see all the types of occurrences. But if we maintain that in that level, nothing would happen. We cannot assure that even someone reports something, we can solve the problem, because it's not been sending to the right place. So with this platform, with the MuleSoft, we guarantee that the specific occurrences are linked and are sent to the specific services that have the competence to solve the situation.
And of course, people then is motivated to work and to
yeah,
cooperate.
because the response is it's faster, okay?
Thank you. I noticed that yesterday in the meeting, Santiago is there. He was telling us about the use or the importance of having access to this information. And Ari was also having a question. Giving the mic to you, Ari. So, and then I will ask Santiago and Isabel to introduce the case of the Canary Islands, because there I believe rewards are also important in your case. But Ari, please.
Hi. I just have a quick question about the points and gamification system. So this will be for Domingos and Sara. In the case of the AGEO app, if you're just giving points out in a reward-based system, wouldn't we have a lot of problem with data that is not accurate, or just people just sending data that doesn't really exist just to get more points? Sorry. Yeah.
Very good question. Nicola, you want to comment?
We're going to need to validate the data anyways, whether it's the extra data can come to get extra reward, or just because people make mistake, because they don't understand, they don't know, so we'll have to validate anyways.
Okay, thanks. So validation is the key. I don't know. Yeah, please. Validation.
Yeah. So to maintain something working, I said that rewards are important, the good ones. The good ones is that, of course, sometimes we have thinking in something is not work, you should change. It's normal. And of course, second, this kind of situations can happen in any situation, so validation is also important, and that's all.
But in the Canary Islands, I believe the situation is also a challenge. And at least because I understood that yesterday Monserrat was telling us about integration in 112. And if that information goes to the AGEO information goes to 112, the question is, would people like the municipalities? You are just using G4. Okay. The question is, will the municipalities and stakeholders like the firefighters still have access to the information, or it will stay with civil protection? Because again, that's a challenge. I don't know if you want to comment, Isabel.
Okay. Yes, I think that's a very important point, because the information not only, well, it should go to the civil protection, but it also should go to the validation service, okay? We are going to call it like that, because, and that connection is necessary. It's impossible not to do that, because civil protection can act, but they need to know if it's real or not. And that proposal that Monse gave us yesterday was really, I don't know how to, revealing, or it opened our mind and our possibilities, isn't it? Because now that connection could be created, and it will close the cycle. Okay, that was the point that was missing in our case. So that's very important. When we were there to speak with, not only with people but also with stakeholders, I remember in the coordination center in Gran Canaria, the first question they proposed was, and what we received because of this. Okay, we are going to give the data. Okay, but what are we going to receive because of
not Coldplay tickets, because those will be to Domingos, I guess.
Yeah. And also the people, I remember, and where are the data? Where are going the data? What is this for? Should we give a call also to or advert the emergency services, or are you going directly to call them? Or yeah, and I think that's the key. That's the connection we should resolve. Okay, that's an important point.
Can I just add something and also respond to Domingos? We try different rewards, and with, for example, the Swedish case of the healthcare elderly, they didn't want any reward. It was fun for them to just see who was, so it was just a fun thing they were doing. And with the kids, it was harder, and they were more than 16 years old, so it was harder to engage them, even with rewards that we thought at the time that were good. We wanted to do more campaigns with other different schools at the time, but then came pandemics. And so we couldn't accomplish so many campaigns and diversify the method with each one. But that's so the experience were less than we wanted. Also with the university, the elderly, we saw the obstacles with that case, and it was a class of technology. So they were learning technology, and even though they had this, that's why they were learning probably, but so they had these difficulties. We tried with other people that we knew that were elderly. They were, they said it was easy to use, but then that's also the case of giving so much information and people thinking, is this information going where? And are people and the institution responding to this information? Is this the right channel to send something that is really important? And I think that's something that the citizen will also think. Why this way? If this is just one more data among so many data, how will the institution see that this is really the important data? So that's something that also in citizen science, I think it's not clear enough even for us.
Well, we have here stakeholders from Canary Island, Santiago, and I think it's important for us to hear your experience during AGEO. How did you became motivated to participate? How did you convince communities and population to come and work with Isabel and with AGEO? And if you don't are at ease in English, you can talk in Spanish, and me and Isabel would translate, okay?
Muchas gracias por dejarnos participar en el proyecto. Creo que ha sido enriquecedor. Bueno, hablo poco inglés, pero lo entiendo bastante y prefiero más expresarme en español, que seguro que lo van a entender, ¿vale? Muchísimas gracias, vuelvo a repetir, por dejarnos participar en este proyecto. Ha sido alucinante, nos ha aportado al colectivo de bomberos una barbaridad, tanto en conocimientos, participación e interactuar con los vecinos, las comunidades de vecinos. Hemos indagado un poco más en la cultura, en la ciencia del trabajo que ustedes están haciendo, que quieras o no es enriquecedor. ¿Y qué más? Bueno, sobre el trabajo, ya los que han participado, los que han podido visitar Gran Canaria del proyecto, han visto la singularidad de nuestras islas, son diferentes, unas más desérticas que otras, y la orografía pues es muy complicada. A veces hay que pasar por esos sitios para saber cómo son las carreteras, digamos, las montañas cómo están deterioradas, dónde están fabricadas algunas casas, los riesgos que corren. Pues en definitiva ese va a ser el problema nuestro, no solo por la erosión, sino también en incendios, en lluvias y algún servicio más que puede surgir, ¿no? Añadir, súper importante, lo que nos ha inculcado Isabel, Inés en un principio y también Nieves, trabajo y lo mejor de todo, la prevención. Creo que este estudio, o también proyecto, nos ha servido para que la ciudadanía se preocupe más en la prevención. Nos ven pasar, les he dicho que venían técnicos de fuera a valorar todos los riesgos que había en nuestro municipio, se sorprendían, pero a la vez se alegraban, nunca los habían visto, y no eran conscientes del valor de acudir a algo que podía pasar. Ahora ya son conscientes, valoran que se haya hecho un estudio o se haya visitado solo. El hecho de estar in situ ya supone un valor añadido a todo, personalmente enriquecedor, porque nos tienen más aprecio, saben que los valoramos y al final es un trabajo de feedback. Ellos me aportan y yo les traslado, ¿vale? Y sobre todo la prevención. Aprovecho la ocasión para felicitarles nuevamente. Súper contento porque está mi concejal con nosotros, que nos abre las puertas a cualquier trabajo o iniciativa que queramos tomar. Y nada más. Si alguien quiere hacer alguna pregunta, encantado. Si quieres decir alguna palabra, Orlando.
Yo agradecerlo y de parte de la institución estamos abiertos a colaborar en todo lo que haga falta. Muchas gracias por la invitación.
Muchas gracias a vosotros. Santiago was telling us that it was amazing to participate in the project, and basically risk awareness was perhaps the major outcome, and being on the site, talking with people, that make a difference, and several stakeholders were pointing this out. But I wonder, because again we are talking about rewards and about stakeholders and how they receive the information and handle the information, and also the public. But in Causeway Coast, the challenge was different, because your public was, you didn't have properly a champion like you have in the neighborhood, and also the stakeholders, and you were successful. So how is that possible?
Thanks very much, Vitor. I suppose I really should start out by saying that those of you who were involved with AGEO at the start will remember that the Causeway Coast was not our initial site selection. So we had originally planned to do a different pilot site. We had originally planned to do a site about 100 kilometres to the west. That was an area that was susceptible to peat slides. Now, not long after the project started, we got a phone call from the National Trust. So if you're not aware of who the National Trust is, they are the largest conservation charity in Europe, and they have a responsibility for managing a lot of natural sites, whether they be coastal, inland and historic properties. But they own and manage parts of the Giant's Causeway, as Kieran mentioned yesterday, and they were having problems at the Giant's Causeway and also at the nearby Carrick-a-Reed with landslides and with rockfalls, and they wanted us to come and have a look. So because we already had a relationship with the National Trust, we did that, and we wondered whether it would be better for us to change our pilot site. And we did that for very selfish reasons, because the Giant's Causeway, as we mentioned, has got over 1 million visitors every year, and if we want to raise awareness of geohazards, well, surely there's no better place. So really, for us, getting engagement with stakeholders was quite easy for that reason, because they wanted us to do it. So there was a real need for us to work on the project with the National Trust, and that's what we did. Now, I'm not going to say it was easy. The pandemic struck. We went from having 1 million visitors to having 0. And also, even with the visitors coming back, 60% of them were international, and now we've got people who are just very, very local. And quite often, getting to speak to the public is really challenging. I showed pictures yesterday of our community visits. We showed pictures of working with the National Trust. What we didn't talk about were the events that we tried to do with the public, because we tried to do events with the public and we got nobody attending. So that was a challenge. So we did change our tactic, and we concentrated on working with the stakeholders, with the National Trust, with the World Heritage Site Steering Group, and then we also focused on the communities, the ones that lived in the area, not the visitors, the ones that lived in the area, because they had an interest. They wanted to know what was happening nearby, and they all listened. So in reality, sometimes when you give a presentation, you might paint a picture that looks slightly different from what actually happened. Yes, it was successful with communities. Yes, it was successful with National Trust, but it wasn't successful with everybody. And I think, Domingos, you made the comment about the general public. You need a different tactic. You need to work with them very differently. So we still have to fix that. We need to do that better, and we haven't done that yet. But for us, we get more out of working with communities, because we're going to take that further after AGEO ends. AGEO is the start. We're going to build on that and continue to work with them in the future. The National Trust have really been a revelation for us as well. For those of you that were there, at the Giant's Causeway last year, you'll know how engaged they are, how they have bought into AGEO. They now get their staff to do mandatory monitoring every morning using the AGEO app. So for us, that's fantastic. We can't do that. We're not on site every day. So they've really bought into it. And if there's one big outcome, it's the National Trust. We did work with them already, but it was more to do with heritage. This is now to do with research and risk management. So that's a big win for us, and it's something we will carry on, because they are doing that anyway, and we can use that now and into the future.
If this is working. Okay, so we've been talking a lot about the public and how difficult it is to motivate the public. And I have a question for a long. I cannot have definite answers to it, and it has to do with the public is diverse. It's not an homogeneous mass, and to what extent does this diversity of people can work with app and become engaged through technology? So are we putting too much faith in technology, or should we try several strategies to attract the public? This is not a question for anybody, it's for everybody.
Shall we start with this side off and then go into that side? Please, Domingos. So,
I think, okay.
Domingos is struggling, huh?
Yeah. So, first of all, expectations. Don't put your expectations too high. Don't need to have 20,000 people participating immediately. So the goal of this participation is to send valuable information. So sometimes it's not a question of quantity, but it's a question of opportunity. So at a particular moment, you have one person that sends you a message, and this message is the only message, and this is an important message, and could be more important than 20,000 others with nothing. So expectations should be in the normal point. So this is not a TikTok, right, where thousands of people want to be viral and things like that. So I think that the best way to work on this, I said it before, is when municipalities, at least in Portugal, take the lead and manage this kind of apps. For a university it will be difficult, but for a municipality it will be easier. Why? Because first of all, they have other apps. They already work with this kind of information. Second, they have a lot of possibilities to reward people, all kind of people, because they have this different departments, possibilities to go to the theater, to that. So from my point of view, municipalities are the most institutions that can do it quite well. But we should not have big expectations on that. It's important that people know that they have a tool and they need to participate if needed, not just participate like this, so with no goal. The most difficult is that you have hundreds of apps on your phones, and the youngsters have. So the concurrence it's unimaginable. So the problem is keep it working. But again, Lisbon can tell you, or other municipalities, Funchal as well, they have apps that are working for years already, and they are working. People are, if especially this on my street, or people are just taking photos, something is wrong, and they keep doing it. So it's no big deal because of it is natural hazards. It will be the same.
About technology, it's not necessary. I think it's useful if it makes things easier, and I think for transferring data rapidly, like if people have to take the picture and then they go home and then they log in their computer and they send the picture by email, they're not going to do it. So if it helps, if it's immediate, and if it's good to transfer information, but actually technology is not necessarily good otherwise, because the level of technology that would be required to get a precise information, a high quality information, is too high anyways. The sensors in the cell phone are not going to be able to do that necessarily. So it's better to aim for low tech, I would think. And then about general public engagement, I think for all the reasons that we said, that you need to have training, people need to do this because they feel a part of it. So if you're just general public, if you're not connected in any ways to the aim of the project, the interest is going to fade away anyways. So I think you need to be part of a kind of community that relates to the objective of collecting data.
Continue this and then we will have a coffee break.
Okay. Let me just ask Isabel. She had
several reports through their app during the project, and she talked about this in Madeira, and maybe she wants to add something to this.
But Kirsten is also...
Yeah.
Through the app, we have... Kirsten.
Kirsten was, yeah, we are making this round and perhaps having a coffee break after. Okay. That was the idea.
I'll be quick, don't worry. I think my comment was really that whenever we're thinking about the general public, we need to get rid of that term altogether. There is no such thing as the general public. You know, the general public could be your communities, it could be all of your stakeholders. They are the general public. So anything we do has to be more targeted if we want to get the so-called general public. It could be families with young children, it could be walkers, it could be a senior citizen group, you know, it could be a local heritage group. They are all the general public. If you work in tourism, you will not hear the word general public. They use all sorts of different terms, and I think we need to get rid of using that. I know I used it, so I'm guilty as well, but we need to think of different ways to engage and to connect, as people have already said, but think about it a bit differently. Narrow your focus and make it something that is more appealing to each of those different target audiences that we've identified.
Yes, I think technology sometimes is not the best way, but it's one way of reporting. And if these apps are connected to municipalities, I think that could be a good way, as the case of Lisbon, I think, showed. In our case, we also had one partner from the Netherlands, and one of the things that right from the beginning they said is that we have too much apps here about climate and about weather in the Netherlands. So that's something that when we approach the institutions and the authorities, they don't care, because they say they are too much. We already have developed our own, so we are not interested in participating and collaborating with your project. In our case, that was not the case. The municipality was interested. The problem was to connect our app or whatever we were doing and have continuity with the community, because it's a research project and then there are all those obstacles. But related to technology, let me just tell you two experiences I'm having. I'm doing some interviews in another research that I'm doing about key persons in the community that have this important role to make the relation between the community and the institutions, and to give response when it is necessary. And I'm interviewing river keepers. That's something that now it's a new profession that was extinguished in 1995, and now municipalities are recognizing again the role of the river keepers. And when I interviewed the river keepers, they say, we are important because the sensors and the automatic monitoring, it's not enough, and sometimes there are errors. I have to check, I have to be there. People come to me also when they have a problem, because they know I give my face and I can respond, and I am the face of the institution. And when there is a technology or an app, you don't trust in the app. Why are you sending something that you don't know when you are receiving the answer? So the person is still, in the human dimension is still important. And the other case, one case I'm analyzing are the river keepers, and the other are people that in Porto, we have Ribeira and Alfândega, Miragaia. There are two regions that are usually flooded by the river when there are storms and high precipitation. And there are two people that civil protection have in the field. They are volunteers. They don't earn nothing. So, but they say they are like the rangers. They have their headquarters. When I was interviewing one of that person, Mr. Rubim, Sr. Gastão, and Mr. Rubim told me, there is my headquarter. And I said, where? I thought it was a building. No, it's a place where he stands when there is flooding. And I say, and I decide everything from here. So he assumes, and he's a key person to the civil protection, and the civil protection recognizes him, because he's the one that knows the people that should be evacuated first. He knows everyone that lives in Miragaia. So the importance of the human dimension. So apps are not everything. Just to conclude.
And yeah, I agree with you in that point about that this should be integrated in another app that people already know, okay? In order to keep it going further, the end of this. And also that there should be other channels apart from the app, because that's life. That in our case, old people in communities in rural areas, all of them talked about that. Okay, but how is this working? How can I install that? How can I download? How can I? They are not very familiar with those technologies, so you need to offer them an alternative in order to get their information as well.
We didn't have the ambition to have 500,000 citizens participating, because I think if everyone could do participation, the services will kill me and shut the platform all again. So we targeted specific stakeholders. Obviously, we want to work with people who in their area of activity need to do this report. And we tell them, if you use this, we will have a platform where you can see all the occurrences that happens in all areas of Lisbon. And this is an historical data, okay? Because even if it is a report regarding some type of need in that specific place, the information will stay there, and they can see that in that place occurs after a rainfall landslides, or normally after a rainfall it also occurred settlements in specific alignments. So this is important for us to manage, as I told yesterday, not only a reactive response, but only to define proactive measures. And this was the key. And when we talk with specific stakeholders, and now I give the example of the local units of civil protections that work in parishes, because some of them work in the parishes, but others are volunteers. And when we go to them and we saw them, the problems that they have in their territorial area, because they are divided, and the problems are different, because the ones that are located in the coastal line have problems with floods, but others have problems with landslides, others have problems with settlements. So when we go to them and we show the specific problems that they have in their territorial area and how they can help us to manage that, the responsibility they felt was totally different, and their approach also. Okay, so first they were, oh, another app, another thing, but when we taught them how to use the app and how this could be useful, not for emergency response. This was the goal for me, not for, because we have the fire department, we have the civil protection, they have a lot of means to report situations that when people are in danger. But for me, the key solution was when we told them that they can see data that can help us define proactive measures. And if we can anticipate problems before something happens, it will be useful for everybody, okay? So for me, this was the key goal. And then we work with them to define the app, and I don't cost €1 in the app, because I use Carlos, that is a territorial engineer, but he has the basis of a software engineer, so lucky me. And also I use the software that we have licensed in Lisbon municipality, so we developed this app costing nothing, okay? So we intend to maintain this app because we didn't have any app regarding geohazards, and what a shame of me as a geologist if I wasn't able to maintain this type of app in the Lisbon municipality, okay? So we targeted the stakeholders, we go to them, we show the benefits of using that, and I think this is working very well. We are going to continue to do this, and last month we were talking with our fire department, not because of AGEO project, but another one that we have for seismic resilience. And when we talk about the AGEO app and we show to the commander of the fire department, he said, oh, could you please give formation to 1,600 firefighters that we have for them to use the app? And I said, obviously. Okay, so now we are going to do this with the fire department. There is another group of stakeholders that we didn't thought in the beginning because their area of activity is very regarding the emergency response, but they are going to use this for the same purpose that I have, that is to define proactive measures in some specific areas of the territory. So I think it was very well achieved.
Go for a break.
And be back in 20 minutes for a wrap up with this group of people. Thank you.
Mas algum está ligado a isso.
2, 3, 4.
and now it works. Well, everyone seems now much more energized, and I believe the coffee was good. Of course, the cream custard also helped. And welcome to this second part and last one in the morning session before lunch. And we'll be talking now about the uptake of AGEO results. So how the future might be. And for this second part, we have the coordinator of the project. We have Han that was sharing with us her experience about projects also in different geographical contexts. And we have Eogan that was in the project responsible for, from UCD, dealing with Earth observation systems and also with the database and the application that was prepared. And I believe the first question should go to Rui. So, Rui, how do you see the uptake of AGEO? So let's talk, imagine that we are not in 2023, but in 2025. And I imagine many of the civil protection people in the room will be talking with you already, right?
Good point, Victor. Thank you. Well, in 2025, I'm sure that we have already identified the key people that can help us to sustain the project. This is a crucial task. I can say that I learned this throughout the project implementation. Each of the pilots have identified the key persons that will help us to sustain. Then let me bring again the issue of the reward. Eventually we talk about rewards in, let's say, in too much monetary perspective. Eventually reward can be more subtle. Eventually the contribution to not of all the citizens. Citizens should be grouped. I was sharing a while ago with Anna that, for instance, geologists are very sensitive to geohazards, of course, so they are easier to engage. So and there are certainly other groups of citizens that just by knowing that they are helping someone, that's a reward for them. And please take into account this detail. They need to know that they are helping, okay? If they send an information and they don't have any kind of feedback, eventually they think that that information was lost. So reward can be seen in many different manners. Also, I would would like to bring what is going to happen in the municipality. Picking the example that Claudia shared, in 2025, the municipality has understood already that this app and platform can improve their system. So we are helping them to be more efficient, and that's the work that we have to do. We have to look at the institution or the stakeholders, and we need to identify its culture, their constraints, and help them somehow with our tools. We have several tools at our disposal, so the tools that are useful for one stakeholder may not be useful for the other, and so it's really important to identify. And I would also like to enlarge the discussion regarding the several stages of the risk management cycle. So we have discussed, I think, too much reporting, response, but the Citizens Observatory can also be interesting in other parts of the cycle, in prevention, in mitigation, raising awareness, of course in response, early warning. Okay, so if we can connect our app to the early warning system, so we can receive an alert. Well, I think most obvious is the earthquake. But also, the response we have discussed, and also in the recovery. So we can use this system as to maintain, to assure the interaction, the bidirectional communication between well, the risk manager and the citizens. Okay, it should not be, as I've shown yesterday, top-down, but it can be also bottom-up. So for me, well, this project has proved, and we are here the pilots, the leaders that had done an excellent work showing, proving to my eyes that this works. Thank you.
Is this okay? Yes. Okay. Thanks for that. Oh gosh, it still freaks me out how close your planes are. I suppose I'll just start with one further example that's always, from my research, that's always hit home was a special group of people that live on the slopes of Tungurahua volcano in Ecuador. And after the eruption in 1999, when there was mass evacuations, a couple of local guys started calling up the volcano observatory saying, oh, we can see this ash cloud or this pyroclastic flow, or and Tungurahua is a massive volcano, like so many in Latin America. Eyes can't be everywhere. And just this one or two phone calls then led to an initiative where it became formalized, where these group of men and women from villages around the volcano were given radios, and every evening, it still happens today, every evening at 7 o'clock, they call the observatory and quickly just say, all's good, or, you know, it's raining today on this side, or whatever it might be. And they're called the fijillas, and it's now become so formalized that they have a little outfit. They've got little T-shirts and jackets and their radios. And just to pick up on what you said, Rui, that, you know, it's they feel empowered to be part of their community. They don't do it for monetary, you know, anything. They're always the last ones out. If there's an evacuation, they're the first ones that people go to when they want to hear about anything to do, not only with the volcano, but anything to do with the community. So yes, just to reiterate how crucial these key champions are in communities, and how for us as scientists that, or indeed, you know, emergency managers, whatever, that we engage and keep engaging with our friends that have all this knowledge. And I wrote down whilst I've been listening that, you know, this role of you know, caring about your environment, and having that empathy with people, with change, environmental change, and how I think in citizen sciences projects in a traditional sense, so up till, you know, the last sort of 5-10 years, I suppose, citizen science has been focused mainly around sensors, mainly around crowdsourcing, using technology. I think we're now starting to realize with all these new examples that the role of empathy and emotion and storytelling is so crucial, in addition to some of the more traditional citizen science. It's not that we have to do all one or all the other. I think there's a role to play for both types of knowledge gathering. And I suppose really I'll leave it there, that I think those that are interested in citizen science, and with the word science, that's fine, absolutely fine. We need data, you know, that's okay. But if you want to expand, and there's a context in which you are able to expand science to include science, you know, knowledge, then that gives us, opens us up to a whole new realm of data and knowledge that might be useful for our studies. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And I have one question, because Eogan is sitting here on my side, and I do remember that you were, in a way, looking to Earth observation, and UCD was also working on the database. So this sort of vision for 2025 that Rui is describing, with more stakeholders speaking on the database or on the AGEO platform together with the app, is that something that will be sufficient to keep it alive? Or do you see some sort of fragmentation with other people developing similar apps? And is there a loss on that, a loss of information, of course? Thanks.
Thanks. Is that working? Yeah, it's working. That's a very broad question. I think if you wanted to survive the AGEO app and platform, then yeah, engagement is vital. I suppose the challenge right now is that we have this app and platform at a very late stage in the project. So, which, you know, for reasons we will not go into, but that's how it is. So, you know, the challenge is going to be to engage people to prefer this app over other tools that are at their disposal. And that's going to be very challenging, because obviously when people find a solution they're happy with, they have inertia, and it's very difficult to get people to switch to something else. So I think that's the first challenge that has to be overcome if this is going to be sustained. So we'll have to look at ways to make the AGEO app and the platform better than everything else that's out there. And in part that's, again, it goes back to this point I think that Anna made, was that, you know, we have to figure out now really much more carefully than we have on this AGEO project what people want. And we didn't really, I don't think we did that very well on this project. I think we can be critical about a 3-point-something million euro project. I don't think we did that well enough. As I said, for various reasons. But I think if we were to be sustained, we need to do it. Definitely. And, you know, we can take steps to make it better, like linking the app to this vast array of information that's coming off the Copernicus services. I think that should not be technically a huge challenge to do. So that when managers, I think it's mainly managers are going to be using this information, I think, right? Because citizens, I think simply, yeah, if you want to, so I suppose you kind of want this thing to develop towards like a one-stop shop for managers. So that, you know, if there's a situation developing, they pull out the app and they say, right, what's all the available information that I need to hand here? So if we can get it to that point on a technical level, then that's probably sustainable. So it has to be better than what everybody else, all the other options. And the second point, it has to be sold, and that's a marketing exercise, right? So that means we have to go out and actually say, meet people more, and that's what I mean, like, again, talking to people and having that cycle of going out, talking, explaining what we have, thinking critically, does it actually meet the demands of the people involved, reinventing, and again, going again. So maybe that's, now that we have something, maybe that's just the next step.
Thanks, Eogan. Because Domingos was sitting next to me on the previous on the previous situation, and Domingos was telling me that the key players normally are the municipalities. He was sharing this with us. So in case municipalities and civil protection, especially if we are talking about national civil protection, are not fully aligned, is there a problem? And I guess this is a question of civil protection system, right? I don't know, Rui, if you want to uptake. Domingos, I don't know if you want to comment. You are coming from Madeira, and you were saying to us that despite all the effort, sometimes politicians still do not listen. At least land use managers, I mean. Huh? Now that Domingos is here, I'm going to pass him and that's a provocation, of course.
Okay. So I take the blame as a former politician. But the question is that this kind, the political decision is important. And at the end, it is the political decision at whatever level it takes. Could be a national level or could be at municipal level, right? So Claudio also said it yesterday. So at the end is the guy who is responsible that decide what to do with the app, what to do with the platform, what to do. That's the way it works. Sometimes the problem is that the way of civil protection works, the philosophy of civil protection, and I pointed yesterday briefly, the models of civil protection are not really suitable to at this point, to platforms to be used on this scheme that they have. So I said the example that in Portugal, for risk management, civil protection use sequential, this direct, like in the army, right? But if, by example, the same civil protection, when they made planning, emergency planning, they don't use it. They use the circle one, so they listen. But because it's even by law. So the question is to open these systems to allow this information to come and these platforms to come. And sometimes for the political, for me as a politician and when I was, you know, I have responsibility by law. And I should do the things by law. So if I don't do the things by law, I can be responsible, just sitting in. So this could be a problem. But I would say also that the tendency in Portugal is that giving more responsibilities of civil protection for the lower levels of political, so before it was the civil protection responsibility stopped at municipal level, right? Now we are going a little bit further to the parish level, and they have two important papers, two important law about the creation of nuclear groups of civil protection, right? And then also a strategy which calls 2030 about the involvement of people at parish level. So in this way, it's okay. So we are now involving the people that are really on the field, parish level. That's very good. It's where the work that we are doing is okay. But the question of the models, how we manage civil protection, are important because they are, if they are too straight like this, the answer could be, do you want this platform? Not really, because it gives me more responsibilities. Because then someone is sending something and I will be responsible for not doing in spite that I have this information. And this is real life. This is not, I guess. I'm talking about Portugal, right? This is real life. So can we adjust this? Yes, of course. But so we should be prepared and work on it.
I don't know. Yes, Rui, please.
Thank you. I want to bring, well, to talk. My first comment is to in 2023. Now, exactly, puzzling a bit with Owen. Well, having a better app, not sure that is the best solution in this sense. Are the systems from the municipalities? They can be easily connected with a top app. Maybe it's not that easy. I learned that with the Lisbon municipality. So at some moment in the project we didn't have the AGEO app, and I was promoting the development of an app in each of the pilots, because I thought it was the best strategy at the moment, because we could learn through the process. And then I realized that my idea was even better, because that way it was easier to connect to their systems. Okay, so having an AGEO app is great, but it's not for 2023. Eventually, we need 1 year, 2 years to let's say, establish the connection. So it takes time. Now a comment for 2030. Now we are in 2030. So the citizens' observatories were already implemented in all the municipalities of Portugal, and now the National Civil Protection recognizes its value and adopts. So it's a bottom-up strategy again. Okay, so I think that's the path It starts in the citizens, goes to civil protection at the parish level, goes up, and at a certain point will reach the national and eventually the international level. I've heard that these discussions are already at the European level. Thank you.
Information from citizens, right? That's right, Isabella. I see Nieves also there. And how is it in Spain? No. The question, Rui was saying that in Portugal it might take time to engage civil protection at the national level. But yesterday we learned that in Spain it's different. And we also realized that in Northern Ireland it's also different, because you don't have that service of civil protection. So how is it, because in your case you have it in the law, in Spain, by default. So do they listen to you?
Sorry, in Spain we say with this is to arrive and llegar y besar el santo. I cannot translate this. Well, I think in Spain it's different in our case because we have the relationships before. It's different. You mean the engagement with the civil protection? So they are from the local level, so our stakeholders. Relation with the civil protection at national level, because I have participated in some missions of civil protection in San Vincent and the Grenadines and Guatemala and things like that. So we have a relation before that. So it is easier that if we know each other to establish another relation, because it is not so just knock on the door and they hear you. So I don't know if it is understood well. The question is, as I said yesterday, that you have a personal relation before for some question, and after that it's easier to engage them in another things. So we now are planning to have a national plan for emergencies at a scientific level, and to establish a kind of agreement with civil protection and the scientific part to collaborate, because normally civil protection is in one side and scientific institutions are. So we are planning to sign an agreement to collaborate each other. So take the scientific part and the knowledge and the civil protection to know what things need civil protection to face the monitoring and the recovery. A big question. We have the La Palma eruption is the recovery after the catastrophe or the disaster. So it's maybe it's the worst part of the eruption is now the recovery, because we are on the recovery ongoing, and we don't know when it's going to finish. The eruption, thank God, finished just after 3 months, but the recovery is long and long and long, and it's going to last more. So now is the question of establish the collaboration for the next disaster.
Muchas gracias, Nieves. We have another question here, please.
No, it's not a question, it's rather a comment. I'm Carlos Mendes from the Portuguese National Civil Protection. So, just to follow up on the topic, every day, daily at the national level, we engage, and we are engaged by citizens. Every day we receive a lot of comments, suggestions, warnings made by citizens regarding certain risks that they feel that exists. And so this occurs on a daily basis, and it's kind of, we at national level having 10 million eyes all over the country. In Portugal mainland, because in Azores and Madeira they have the regional civil protection services. So it's quite important that we have this information, although we at national level play only a role at strategic level, so it's the main driver of civil protection system. Of course, it's the local level, so we what comes from the citizens that could be treated at our level, we take care of that. If not, if it is a role or a task that could be handled by the municipality, we circulate information to the local civil protection services. But we also engage with citizens, of course, in training actions and awareness actions as well. But for instance, for forest fires, there is one program called Safe Village, Safe People, and the program is dedicated to raise awareness and self-protection of citizens, of communities in case of forest fires. And the key role in that program is the role of the local safety officer. The local safety officer is a volunteer, is somebody from the community that acts as a facilitator in linking with the local and with the national civil protection in case a fire occurs and approaches the villages. And at the same time, it's the direct link with the community. It's somebody that is well known by his neighbors, is somebody that could facilitate the process and could provide to citizens and deliver to the authorities the useful information in case a fire approaches that location. So if you pick this principle that for the time being is applied to forest fires and extend it to other hazards, I think here we can have a very clear role. Of course, this goes along with other initiatives like the local civil protection units, as it was mentioned before, to have a greater role of citizens as one of the main drivers. And in fact, the definition of civil protection as it stands by law, it's a responsibility of the state at national level and at local level, but it's also a responsibility of citizens. So the citizens are already part of the system, although they are not entirely or fully used yet, but citizens are already considered at national level.
Hi, Eleni, please.
Hi, I'm from UCD, and those that know me, we have delivered the AGEO Citizens Observatory platform. I have two questions. The first question, actually, I'll start from the second one. So in terms of the citizens' involvement in the Citizen Observatory, is there any specific action the municipalities could take so the citizens could be more active? Or is the case of just dissemination of the platform to the public?
Any municipality wants to answer?
Yeah, there is.
More municipalities alongside Funchal? I don't know if people from Lisbon. Okay. Mingos is taking up the challenge again.
So, Ellen, you was there in Madeira,
there,
right?
yes, I was.
Yeah. So, yeah, the civil. Okay, Anna is there and Nuno. They can talk, but we have all kind of engagement with citizens. I presented yesterday, and you already know. So we have real engagement with communities, with schools, and with citizens.
So it's all about your relationship with them, because the gentleman mentioned that the citizens need to be involved more. So is there anything we can do?
We have parties with them,
okay,
with the community. So what do you want more involvement?
Okay, no problem. So
yeah.
then my second.
Yeah, let's be serious. At least in Funchal, we have this citizen engagement through apps and these tools that everyone can participate. And then we have a special they have. I said we because I was there. But special programs for schools, special programs for communities. And the difference is that these programs, they don't go once a year. They work every week, every month. So this is a long relationship since 7 years ago or 8 years ago. So it's not just coming to a school, tell a lecture about civil protection and go back and coming next year. It's work that we are doing with the community every single week. When I was in office, was every single week. We come every Thursday, 9 o'clock. We have a meeting with community. We talk We come every Saturday at 2 o'clock. We have talks with the community, and like this. They have tools, they have houses for civil protection nucleus, so it's a continuous relation.
But your example is a baseline, and it's the perfect example of engagement. Are the other pilots, the other 5 pilots, at the same stage of engagement with the public? I mean, I'm going to follow up tomorrow morning because I have a proposal for the pilots of how they can follow your example, but in a more structured way. So I will leave that question here because I'm going to go to another question. I've never heard about a recovery request before. And when we're making platforms and citizens observatories, we normally deal with the situation, but I have never done an observatory for recovery. So I think this is a great idea if we want to advance AGEO platform, and if you wanted us to add facilities for recovery, recommendations. I think this is something that we could do, like the educational content, right, Rui?
I believe indeed that goes along with risk management. And back to you.
Exactly. I think we have a long way ahead. Let me advertise my chapter 1 of the book, where I've done an exercise thinking how the citizens' observatories could connect with the different stages of the risk management cycle. It was honestly very difficult. I need some stress. I had to finish the book this week and to overcome less difficulties. But I think some ideas arise, and I think this is a key issue for sustainability. If we use the app once, or a specific citizen uses the app once every 3 or 4 years, well, this is not a citizens' observatory. We need to engage the citizen. Some hazards occur, unfortunately, with relatively short, with a short return period. Others, as the earthquake, fortunately for Lisbon, with a very long return period. So we need to look at the differences between the geohazards, its impact, and figure out how the citizen observatory cannot be just for reporting. And I think an excellent suggestion from Eleni to start discussing on the recovery. I have a couple of ideas. I haven't yet released my chapter 1 to anyone, but I have already written some ideas. So that's the way. It will take time. It will take another project, at least 4 years of discussion, of implementation. That's where we learn. It's not theoretical discussion. Thank you.
Sarah.
Yeah. Just one more comment. I was thinking, aren't we imposing that technology and the apps, we talk about apps as being the solution for everything. So isn't this an imposition that the app will be the solution? What are the other alternatives? And I was saying that the population didn't ask for the app, so we impose things. We impose technology as the solution. Civil protection says that you have someone, key persons in the field, they are the ones that coordinate, the ones that make the relation between the institution and the community. I was giving the example of the river keepers. I was giving the example of also, we have in Porto also 2 persons like that, that control flooding of the River Douro. So aren't we imposing too much that the technology is the solution? It can be part of the solution, but it's not the solution. So how do you see, and what kind of recommendations would you give as experts, as we are experts and we think this is the kind of part of the solution, but how would you recommend if someone was starting a project or would be in a municipality, how far the app or the technology would be suitable for that kind of people and that kind of problem? So what would be your recommendation?
is it an open question to everyone in the audience? Okay, and do you want to pick up on that one, because you were showing us the picture of the kids with the iPad and the old lady facing the other side. But in Africa, I assure you, lots of people have mobile phones.
Absolutely,
well.
yeah. I mean, certainly on that point, mobile phone usage is often higher in places that you wouldn't think. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. I don't think that technology is the answer for everything. And I think if you're, it's funny, isn't it? When you just said when you're starting a project, well, who's driving that? You know, is it you know, you see a good funding opportunity and you try to carve something into it. You know, I think you have to be really sensitized to, as we've said numerous times, the needs of people, and I think identifying when an funding opportunity comes up, rather than I think kind of knowing what we know now, trying to involve your collaborators right from the outset, even though that can be really hard and time consuming when often, you know, project proposals have to be written within 6 weeks or something daft. But we can try, and yes, as you say, technology isn't always the answer. I'm not quite sure where else to go with that, to be honest. Yeah, perhaps, I mean, you know, it could be used as a platform for story sharing, for example. So, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be numbers and things. We can use apps for all sorts of things as well. So, I don't know. I don't have the answer, I'm afraid.
It can also be two ways, right?
Yeah, can I just add one brief comment? I think I understand the emphasis that you gave to technology, but the technology is the facilitator. Just see it as this. It's the facilitator. The citizens' observatories are not recent, but why they just, well, relatively recently, they become more, let's say, the word spread somehow. Is because we have more technology, make the deployment of citizens' observatories easier. So that's my perspective.
Ambition to do the best that we know for societies, and sometimes we can fall in the mistake of thinking for other people. So I once I read a paper on risk communication from colleagues that think on risk communication for all their careers. And one paragraph in that paper I never forgot is that she was explaining that for many times when we start to plan how to communicate risk, how to turn people aware of risk, and we turn to our colleagues on geology or on engineering to ask them, how will we do this? How will we make people be aware of risk? Instead of, in the first time, to listen to people, to listen to stakeholders. Let's not give the answer or have plans in the first time. Let's ask them. Let's ask civil protection colleagues. Let's ask population. Let's listen to them in first place, and then decide how can we help. That's my.
As a geologist, you just make me very, very sad, I must say. But on the opposite side, Nicola made me very glad in the morning, because he said the success in France was because you managed to involve professionals, and of course not only geologists, but engineers and all professionals. Rui, I wonder if you want to wrap up, because I was told that lunch is waiting, in the afternoon we'll be having a technical visit to Lisbon municipality. So I urge you to join. The bus will be there. But just before, I know that Nieves is there, and she represents the Spanish government. I know this for sure. Nieves, do you want to make a comment? Yeah, okay. And then we will be wrapping up, and we'll go for lunch. Thank you.
It's just a comment on your question. The technology is a facilitator, but the technology is a complicator. I don't know if the name is the same. Really. So our main problem in the eruption, I come back again to the eruption because it has been an incredible experience. So the technology. Every day, independent of the number of interviews I made in the media, TV, radio, newspapers, whatever, every time I had to answer the question, people are saying that in social media, they say that the lava flow is on, no. The media, the Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, every time are people saying, I don't know why they say these things, because it has nothing to do with the reality. So every day I had to explain that this was not true, that please go to official sources of information, because the only information, the real and truth information is this one. We try to explain every day the process with easy words, words that people are able to understand. And people were really grateful for that words, but it's impossible to fight against this kind of the bad use of technology. So we have to count on technology, but we have to fight against that. So it's impossible. The idea of returning to the past and going to the communities and speak with them, it's fine, it's great, but I think it's really complicated in the society we have now. It depends on the places, effectively. In Spain now it's really difficult to do that if you don't have people like this one. But in other places maybe it's easier. It depends on the kind of the level, the economic level maybe. But it's the only way, I think. No, I cannot imagine an other way to do that. I have another idea, but it has going down, you know, down and up. Well, if no, I pido la palabra otra vez. No me acuerdo.
Okay. Muchas gracias, Neves. I just realized, that was my fault. We'll be having a closing session. So I will ask you to give up your wrapping words in the closing session. A representative from the director of FUNEC will be joining us here with I'm responsible from the Portuguese Civil Protection. I'll be ending this session to them here, so please join us here. And we also need to realize, just before, on top of the comment that Nieves made, that some people today do not believe that the Earth is round. And that brings also the problem of fake news, and I don't remember, sometimes you issue an alert and people say, I don't believe, it's a fake volcano, as it started with La Palma, because it was not having this shape of a volcano at the beginning. And this is it. No, exactly, it was fake news. So with this thought, we are now giving the floor to you, João Bilé and Brigadier General, and Rui, please stay here. So, yeah, thank you very much, everyone.
So we come to the closer session of the AGEO final conference, which actually only will end today afternoon after the technical visit. I believe I'm speaking for all of you that it was a very successful conference from your participation and contributions. And we have the pleasure to have with us Carlos Mendes, which is the head of Portuguese National Direction of Emergency Management of the Civil Protection Authority. So he is the one key person to facilitate the engagement of the citizen observatories that we have been talking about. So I would like to thank him to be with us. And
thank you so much, and again, good afternoon to everybody. I will be very brief because standing here between you and the lunch is always a bit complicated. Let me first of all let me regret for not being able to follow during these 2 days the conference. This has been still is a quite busy week. Everything that happens in April seems to be packed in during this week. But just to share some notes here that I have. First of all, let me share with you a personal reflection. I joined Civil Protection 23 years ago. During this more than 2 decades, what you can see is that things are, in fact, they are changing. Although the regular citizens might have the sense that no, things are still the same. No, things are moving forward. Yes, we are not prepared. Nobody is prepared to deal with major emergencies of catastrophes, but we are better prepared than when we were 20 years ago, or even 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago. And this is valid for every kind of risk and every kind of hazard in, I would say, every country, because the disasters can strike, and in fact they still strike, and they are claiming lives everywhere. And we can easily see the changes from years to years. 20 years ago, when I joined Civil Protection, the emergency plans were documents that were classified. The citizen will not have access to the Civil Protection emergency plans. Then in 2008, the law, regulations were changed, and the plans became public, but the risk assessment was not public. And now things are, of course, different these days, and citizens are encouraged to participate in the public consultation of the emergency plans and take part also on the decisions regarding civil protection. So things are in fact changing, perhaps not with the speed that we would like to see, but we are for sure much better prepared now compared to what was the situation 20 years ago. I will just very briefly touch on three levels that I think will, also for the ones that are engaged in that AGEO project, that will show how the outputs of your work could fit into the overall worldwide context, the European context, and also here in Portugal on the national context. And starting with the worldwide, the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction is the office that takes care of the business regarding with risk reduction, and what we have now in practice from 2015 to 2030, so for the 15 years period, is a international framework, the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. Now, the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, takes very good note of the commitment towards disaster risk reduction, which of course is also interlinked with climate change adaptation and with the sustainable development goals. And the goal that the United Nations have now for this year is an initiative called Early Warning for All. And the goal is that by 2030, so in 7 years' time, every citizen on Earth will be served by early warning system. Yes, as I said before, we are losing lives due to disasters, and most of these lives might not be lost if early warning systems are in place. And geohazards are taking lives. So the investment that we are playing in early warning systems play also a role in terms of the international context, and for the time being is the main target in terms of disaster risk reduction that was adopted by the United Nations. Now, at the European level, the European Commission adopted last February what is called the Disaster Resilience Goals. So the Disaster Resilience Goals is a set of goals that the European Commission and the EU member states will have to fulfill by 2030. And well, from the amount of goals that are on that document, I will underline three main areas. One, early warning system, again, to develop early warning systems, not just on the upstream component, which is related to monitoring, detection, etc., but also on the more downstream related to citizens component, public warning, how to deliver the message to citizens, how to reach the last mile, and changing and shaping the scientific knowledge into concrete actions for citizens in order for them to save their lives. Other disaster resilience goal is the creation of a EU Crisis Preparedness Day or week. It's not yet fully decided. So to have a specific time of the year where in all of the 27 EU member states, the topic that will be on the top of the political agenda, the topic that will be on the top of the technical and of the citizens' agenda will be preparedness. How to prepare for major emergencies. And of course it's up to each member state to decide how the actions will take place and which will be the focus in terms of hazards, but the idea is that for a certain period of time, EU attention will be on preparedness. And finally, there is also one disaster resilience goal that is dedicated to the engagement of citizens, especially in what regards volunteers' engagement. So to increase the number of volunteers, to increase the role of citizens at EU level, being them part of the civil protection system, being them part of the entire risk management cycle. And finally, what are we doing at the national level? Well, picking on this international guidance, Portugal adopted in August 21 a strategy, the National Disaster Risk Reduction Strategy, that is valid for the decade, up to 2030. It has 5 strategic objectives. The first one is dedicated to risk governance. Then the second one with risk assessment and risk knowledge. Then we move forward towards risk prevention measures, risk preparedness, and finally, last but not least, risk awareness. And risk awareness also brings on board the engagement of citizens, the community level response, and the actions that the citizens could be, the role that the citizens could play in terms of the risk management actions. Now this strategy with 5 strategic objectives, it's then divided in 136 operational actions, so 136 actions that the country at national level, local level, regional level, it's an interministerial commitment as to everybody has to work towards this strategy until 2030. So this will for sure bring us into a different stage of preparedness, of prevention, and of citizens' engagement compared to what we are right now. So the idea, of course, is to improve the system and to make it more resilient for the future. Finally, and it was already mentioned before in the debate that took place previously, in terms of the regulation at national level and in what concerns the engagement of civil protection at local level, every document, every trend that we see from the legislation that is being adopted by different governments have one clear mandate: empower local authorities. So the role and the tasks that are demanded now to civil protection at local level, it's much more demanding than it was before. Of course, it's a question also of providing the necessary resources for the local level to be able to fulfill those tasks, but clearly the idea is that all emergencies starts, of course, at local level, and most of the emergencies could also be prevented at local level. So the empowerment of local authorities, back to back with the engagement of citizens, plays now a more prominent role in terms of the national regulation compared to what was 20 years ago. So this means that the role that the scientific community, the role that local authorities is playing in terms of the civil protection system is now bigger than it was some decades ago. And I think also the work that these projects, these scientific projects perform and translated this into concrete actions will bring added value for the future. So thank you very much and congratulations for your work.
Well, dear Dr. Carlos Mendes, it's a great honor for us to have you here in my name and the name of the consortium. I want to appreciate your presence. Dear Engineer João Bilé Serra, thank you for hosting us so well these 2 days of final conference of the AGEO project. Dear audience here and online, thank you for being here till now. Well, I special thanks to the stakeholders that were invited by the project to participate, to share your ideas, to also to receive some of our ideas. We have learned a lot from you, and we count with your help to implement the Citizens Observatories concept. I want to express my gratitude to all the invited speakers that greatly increased the quality of this conference. I want to congratulate all the speakers for clearly paving the way for Citizens Observatories. My dear friends of the consortium, well, what a great conference have you held. Thank you so much for that. I now want to greet the consortium members that more closely work with me. And I will start by Balas and Vitor, the mentors of AGEO. Thank you so much for the kickoff. Then, Vitor, thank you for sharing your knowledge. You don't need to speak much to learn from you. Ariana, Adrian, Carlos, thank you for ensuring an excellent AGEO communication. Inês, Nieves, Isabel, Juan, Noelia, thank you for running the Canary Pilot and Copernicus products applications to AGEO. Nicolas and Marion, well, I and the consortium have learned so much with you. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. Kirsten and Kiram, the Causeway pilot is a great example of a citizen observatory. Thank you for your work and for what all of you have taught me. Eleni and Levan, when Eleni joined us, well, things start working, well, through the hands of Levan, but you were the trigger. Thank you so much for that. Owen, Alexis, and Xiaowen, what a fantastic team processing INSAR. Great toolbox, excellent output of AGEO. Lydia, Elsa, and Pedro, thank you for contributing to explore the Copernicus products. Thanks to all the LANEC team, there are too many, I will not name everyone. Thank you for doing such a great job organizing this conference. Domingos and Fatima, University of Madeira was supposed to be an observer, but with Domingos' energy and wisdom, I don't know where he is. Domingos has left eventually, not sure. He could manage a pilot nearly alone and with a scarce amount of money. So it's really a great effort for Domingos. Claudia, Carlos, Paula, Carla, Miguel, and among others, I witnessed the Lisbon team metamorphosis. During AGEO, Claudia led the Lisbon pilot, created a team, linked AGEO with other programs, and now Claudia and their team members are growing professionally, in their institutional organization was improved. And finally, to my institution, Monica, Carolina, Hugo, Carlos, Ana Paula, Leonor, thank you for being there for me and for the project. Always supportive. Thank you so much. So, thanks to all the other members of the consortium to whom I have not interacted directly. Thank you so much. You are on the background, but you deserve also to be recognized. So, thank you for everything. It's time for lunch, and in the afternoon we have the hands-on experience. So thank you so much.
Just one last minute suggestion, please. Let's get together at the main door for a group photo. Okay, now, before lunch. Okay, let's go.